All right, we're back. Back from a little bit of a break. Needed a bit of a breather from some MMO stuff. So, what are we going to work on today? Let's pull up our stuff here. So the first things I want to try and do is just finish the classes. So, also need to move over my archive of my playtest here. And so that's so you can't send messages anymore. All right. So the first things first is, I think, let's I think I want to work on the rogue. And so what am I going to do here for the rogue? What is my character setup? One, I think I have to do some settings here. I'm going to hide my screen for 1 second. All right, I'm back. So we're going to introduce some new gameplay mechanics for the rogue. And they'll be eventually used for other classes as well. But I want a system. So right now I have each button to be a different. Hello, Wall. How you doing? So right now I have like a left side button, a front button, back button, and a right side button. I want to change these to be different effects that you can apply stacks based on your position of the target. So it's just way more usable from a mechanics perspective. And less clutter on the screen and stuff too. So, Let me think about how I'm going to integrate this. So obviously I took a little bit of a break, and okay, took roughly a week break there. Did some Shaco stuff. Actually, almost masters on Shaco. So right now, I need to think about how I'm going to do this. So I thought I had this outlined somewhere, but maybe I didn't. So I would have to make some data table changes to do this. So the core concept here is you have like a bleed, and you get a stack for applying it in the front, left, right, and back. And so all that really means is apply a different stat change based on the character position. That's actually really easy to implement. I guess the challenge would be to either increase the challenge here becomes refresh the dot or increase the stack. So that's the next kind of potential. So this one get a stack for applying it in the front. That part, this part here is easy. And then apply a different stat change based on the character position. Refresh the dot or increase the stack. This one gets a little more complicated. So I could skip this step for now if I wanted to. And I could implement this. And it would work. There'd just be a ton of different effects on the target. It's not ideal. Let's just start with this. So we're going to do, this is going to mean in the positional, in the setup of the ability, there is a positional option. And then we just change the stat change ID based on position to target. So let's just do that. And close this out. So that right away will actually make the rogue incredibly better. Because the rogue just feels very clunky right now. I also might try something different today. I might try and do like a live devlog at some point. And then, because I need to do my class previews. All right, so what we need to go to is the action system. And we're going to go to structures. We're going to do setup. That's the action single setup. Nope, that's not it. Or wait, yes it is, delay, yep. So we're going to add a bool. This is going to be statistic change positional. And if that's true, I think we need we're going to need 4 ints here. Front, back, left, and right. We'll just keep it kind of like that. It's a little clunky there, but we're going to just call it what it is and say yes. Close this out. Reopen. And now we go to our scene component. And we do stat change. Alright, so this is where we identify what stat change ID we're going to use. And we're going to kind of hijack this. I'm going to get the setup. And if it's positional, we're going to do something else. Alright, so now we need to get a different, we can get the I'm going to copy this function from my input. To get owner. And this is actually this. So this one's going to be, close out input so I don't make mistakes. That should be correct. And then we go back to new. Just do a simple switch. Any will never happen because if it's any, then we don't even open it. And then front. Now we can just take this. So it's going to be messy for the moment. Let's continue to move this back a little. All the way back here. So this is just pretty simple. Get 4 of these. Front. Back. Left. Right. And we just go right back down. Now we can open up the mechanics level. So that should be pretty much implemented. And already my rogue should feel a million times better. And so now we go to the rogue. And we're going to take the base ability. Let's just put all the kits. We're going to switch up the kits here. We're going to go with bleed first here. Open wound. We're only going to need one of these. So we'll just start with front. Let's put front all over here for the moment. And then on front, we're going to do the setup here. We're going to say positional 0, 1, 2, 3. And so now we make this open wound left, open wound right, and technically I think it's open wound back here. Then I think left, not that it matters, but left and right. Front, back, left, right. And so now with one ability, I can apply 4 different dots based on the position against the target. That should work. Whoops. I guess it doesn't really matter. I think. Maybe not. Let's do kids. Progression. Throw dagger, we can keep. Distract, we can take. Just take that out. Take that out for now. Open wound, front. Okay. So this should work, where now if I play open wound, that's open wound front. Oh, I need to turn that off. Save. So open wound front, open wound left, open wound back, open wound right. Beautiful. So that automatically makes the rogue way better. So now it's like it's not clunky. You don't have to worry about so many things now. And so we're going to, I think, delete. Those are in powers. Okay, so we don't need to delete these really, but we will. So we need to merge the stat changes though. So these stat changes will go to base, and these stat changes will go to crit. And these guys can be deleted. And then the bleed is front. Is so bleed right, bleed left, bleed back. All these go here. And then the crits. Bleed back, bleed left, bleed right. Delete those. Expose back, expose left, expose right. All right. So now we can also rename this to just bleed. I'll go back to that in a second. Hello, Spellcross. How you doing? So now the empower is going to have for these, not that one. This is back crit, back, left, and right. So last like 6 days, I've had kind of a time off. I grinded pretty hard last month on design, and so after the, and then I reviewed a lot of stuff during the playtest. It was a 4-day playtest, right? So reviewed a lot of stuff, made a lot of notes, but I needed a little bit of a break after that. So I kind of just chilled for those, like I don't know, it's been 5 days since the playtest, 31st. Um, about 5 days. And I was working on my league content. Um, and I've been working on thinking about how I want to do some of my class previews. And so I've kind of been like, in this month, I'm working on mostly two things. One, finish the polish on, I think, the mage. And then I'm working on the rogue today, and then finish the archer. And so, what I'm doing with the archer, before you had 4 buttons, and each button handled one side of the monster, so it's like a very positional based class. But now I'm making it just much more user friendly because it just felt really clunky. And so you'll have instead of having 4 different buttons that had like different, like you'd have a Q that could apply like expose weakness from the front, a bleed from the front, and an empower from the front. Now it's going to be a bleed button, and it's going to apply a bleed, a different bleed based on your position on the target. And so there's back, there's left, and then here's right. So, and it's just one button. And so I'm going to do the same thing with expose weakness and stuff. So just way more easy to use, and just makes more sense. It feels just better. It's more fluid. And just it's again, I have a lot of like, I feel like League also inspires some of my class designs of trying to take what the Riot's done with League of Legends Champions and creating unique mechanics and trying to bring that into the MMO space as well. Into different abilities and things. So that's kind of like one thing I'm feeling out with the Rogue is I want the Rogue to be that not just a backstab champion, to be a positional based champion or character, class, whatever you want to call it. In WoW, for example, your rotation in relation to a character is more than often mismatching the visuals. The hits register regardless of how you rotate around a monster. Example, does your game support actually causing enemies to miss by suddenly stepping away, or is the attack already committed on server side? It's likely if you're in range, it's committed. And so, but there's a server side check for range at the start of the cast and the end of the cast. So, if you're a caster and you have a cast time on your ability, if you're casting and the monster runs out of range, it'll error out and say you're out of range. Whereas if it's a melee ability, everything we do is direct target when it comes to tab targeting. So if your melee button goes off, then it's going to be it's going to register through. If you have a 0 cast time, whether it's melee or not melee, if you have a 0 cast time ability, it checks for range once, and then it's basically guaranteed to go through. Doesn't mean like it still can resist and stuff, all that junk, but. All right, so I have to do some planning a little bit here as I get these things set up. So let's go back to so we have Shift Q E R 1, 2, 3, and 4, right? So Shift for Rogue is nothing at the moment. But then we're also going to, so we have on the top buttons, we have Stealth, one's a Distract, I think. I think this is Distract. This is Throw Dagger, I think. Throw Dagger. And I don't remember what that is. Oh, I need to turn loading screen off. Kick, that's what it is. So those are kind of staple right now. I'm sure I can make them a little bit more advanced. Let me just quickly turn off loading screen. Get back in developer setups. Oh, it's not that one. It's root. But yeah, once when it comes to like melee stuff, once an attack starts, and it passes all the things to start. So even if this is like a slow two-handed attack, if I hit Q and it passes everything, it's going to continue through because there's no cast time on these things. All right, so what am I doing here? I was just doing that. Okay. So we have, right now, we're going to need another ability. We're going to need more abilities. We have a Bleed, we have Expose Weakness, and then we have Empower, which is like empowers your auto attacks. So just like League of Legends, some champions are more ability based and some are more auto attack focused until you get into build structures. And like the rogue could eventually become like a bleed champion or something, or a bleed build. But at the start, I might make this a positional attack maybe, which is like backstab, frontal, stab, left, stab, right stab type thing. And those will just be different forms of damage, I think. We'll see what that might end up being. And this is going to be R. So the bleed, the expose weakness, and the empower. So Q and E could be things that increase damage. And then shift is something that does your bleed. Now, the thing that gets this complicated is rotation runes. Because now it's like, you know, what is the R1, R2, R3 of these? Now it gets really in the weeds of stuff. And even on this one, it's going to get really weird. The rogue might have like a ridiculous amount of abilities because of this. And I might introduce similarly a whole other ability based on position, um, which gets into like something like the combo system a little bit. Not quite, but um, all right. Well, first things first, I'm going to just get these set up. So level ability progression. The rogue starts with what? Again, the rogue will start with. These are not supposed to be like this. They start with kick, stealth. Oh, and I got rid of the thing he started with, which was I think frontal attacks or something. It's backstab, maybe. And then what else here? Kick, R1, stealth. So then in the level up abilities, open wound front, throw dagger, distract. So open wound we're going to put on 3 for now. Expose weakness we're going to put on Q. And then empower we're going to put on E. Oh, backstab is now supposed to be all right. I think I might have. Oh, I don't think I fully set up expose weakness here. Open wound. Where did I get expose weakness? Back. Left. Might as well just do the power now, which I think I was already working on. So these should all work properly now. So again, open wound was working. There's that attack. Now open wound left. Open wound back. And open wound right. Then we have, I think, exposed weakness here. Of course I missed. Exposed weakness front. Oh, oops. Go to user interface. Expose weakness. And any. And then we'll just, for the sake of my clarity in my head, apply expose weakness based on the okay. So now we have the exposed weakness. So Q, exposed weakness front, exposed weakness left, exposed weakness right, or back, and then right. So that one's working. And then to refresh one, I can do that. And then I think empower will work as well. There's one empower. But I didn't set that one up right. There, 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's probably the rotation rune problem. I haven't set up the runes rotation rune ability stuff properly. So I have to cancel my auto attacks. So power. That was a power left for some reason. I don't know why I did that, but I set them wrong. Oh, did I just not set up the... front, back, left, right? Okay. Maybe I'm using the wrong... Hmm. So I'm clearly behind the target. Still applying left. It's gotta be something in the kits. Hmm. Oh, it's because it's checking the target, which is currently me, and that's why it's being weird. So in this case, if so, I need to change. I need to put an actor here. This is going to go here. This is going to be target. And so, and then target actor. Come on. Go here. Now, if the targeting of this is to self, this is all the same. Okay. We're going to get the target actor. And we're going to get, not that. That's not what we wanted. Get targeting component. Do I do targeting component? No. Yes. I don't have to worry about AIs casting this because they'll never cast it, I don't think. Get target actor or enemy. So if the ability targeted itself, then we have to get the targets, the self targets, target, and then base it on that. So front, left, back, right. And then this still applies, shift, shift. Cool. Let me make sure those are actually stacking. Alright, so we're hitting for 6, 7, 9, 9. Go back. Oh, huh. Do I have anything that's going to use it? Okay, there we go. So the second one didn't seem to really increase. Now it is 15. only 2 of them felt like they actually increased the damage. It's not going to show up there. Maybe it is. I'm forgetting about backstab bonus. So 14. And how much do these do? I think it's only 5% each, so that does kind of feel like it's working. Yeah, so it's a flat 2 damage, I think, front. So this should bring me to like 11, I think. Yeah. Okay. I think it's working. All right, so those are set up and working. So that was, again, that was a pretty easy addition to change. And so it works how I want it to be. I would prefer all those buffs to be grouped into one debuff. But that gets into the weeds a little bit of stat changes. So I've done this. So now it's a matter of how do I introduce that to just decide whether or not to increase the stack or not. I could have a stat change gameplay tag of some sort. And then we could, they could both could be basically a bleed tag. Or it would basically, it would do the name check that it currently does. So check for duplicates. And then if it finds it, if a duplicate is found, compare gameplay tags. If the same, refresh duration. If different, increase stack. Refresh duration. So that's actually a pretty easy introduction as well. I'll go to the bathroom and I'll put this in. All right. I think this is a very easy add, actually. Let's go to our stat component. And just going to close all these. Initialize timers. And now the duplicate. So all right, so right here is the duplicate. So if it can stack, which is where we need, this is where we need to put our code. If it can't stack, we don't have to execute this code at all because it can't stack. So if it can stack, we're going to get, so let's get the comparison thing we were doing. So this is the add queue. Oh, we're doing this individually. Okay, so if I go back here, we're checking each basically debuff or buff if it finds a duplicate. So the current ones, we're looking at the current debuffs and buffs and seeing if and then we're getting the add queue, the things that we're about to add, which is the so-called 0 index or add queue 0, okay? Because we're always checking for 0, and then if we remove it and apply it. So we're checking this active queue. That's the active queue. And then we need the, all right, that's the active queue. Add queue, okay. So now we're going to break this. And we're going to get the gameplay tags. And so the active queue is the one we have. So this is like buff, debuff on the target. Buff, debuff being applied to the target. And so now we have to check for tags. So that we're going to take the current another for each year. We have to check or no, we don't need one. We're checking if the new one is and if it's true, we just do nothing, and I think we move out. So we're not going to change the stacks at all. And we just come through. And prior to this, we already updated the duration. So we updated the duration here, so we don't have to worry about that. And then this will come through. Actually, I'm going to need a local. So yeah, I think if it's true, this isn't needed. Or yeah, it is. We're going to get this. So when this is done, so stack application gameplay tag check. So if this is true, if it's true, if it's 2-0, false. I guess we set this to true. And if it's true, we increase the stacks. If it's false, we move on. Now, this is going to work for the new stuff, but it's not going. So I need another. I need an option in stat stuff to check for this. Either two. Okay. We need one option here. Save. And so setup. We're going to need another variable. This one's going to be in the stack category kind of thing. I'm going to make a new stack category soon. Ignore same name updates. I don't know. It's a weird one to name. All right, so go branch here. And if it's true, then we do all of this mumbo jumbo. If it's false, we just go back to what we normally do. And so if it's true, we're getting the gameplay tags of the newly added thing. We're seeing if each one matches the current tags of the current buff. And we're only here if we've matched the name of the spell. So we found a duplicate buff for the target, buff or debuff. And now we're doing a tag comparison. If we find a tag that doesn't match the current tags, then we say, okay, let's increase the stack. If we only find matching tags, then we say, do not update the stacks. And so if we now go to our levels, I think I have it. We'll see. So let these things air out. Alrighty. So now I'm going to go to my bleed on the rogue. And so all of these we're going to now open up. We're going to name them the same thing, open wound. And then we're going to add a tag. Rogue, open, wound. We'll say this one is right. It's back. All right, so now when I go and apply and bleed, if it's from the same direction, it'll just increase the oh, that's not going to work entirely. So open wound. If I do it again, so it stacks again, refreshes. If I come to the side, oh, I didn't even enable it there. And I know one thing that's going to go wrong, so I might as well input it now. So when we go through and once we hit true, or in this case, once we do this, we need to update or set members instruct gameplay tags. I guess promote that to a local stack update tags. Add. All right, so we found one that's not in it. So we're going to add it. And I think that now works. A little bit of all right, so frontal gets refreshed on the left side. Did not refresh. The back. No refresh. Are we getting here? Or not? Oh, I don't even have can stack on probably. There. So max stacks 4. Because they're individual, they're single dots now. Oops. Okay, hopefully it does it now. Okay, so we're doing it. Remove breakpoint. And so it did not. So it's not increasing the stack. Okay, it's supposed to increase the duration though. Let's see if it actually is doing the duration increase. It's not. Okay. There's 2. But if we go here, do it again, nothing. Then in the back, now it's 3. Again, nothing. And then on the next side, 4. And it refreshed it. And then if I come here and do the first one here, nothing. So now the failsafe here is still supposed to update the keys. So maybe I do go here instead of here. That's where it's doing the update, I believe. That's some nice changes though. That worked out perfectly for what I want to do with the rogue. So now if I do frontal bleed, it's good. Refreshes, still doing it. Go to the left. Okay, something funny went on there. Okay, because we didn't do the stack. So we just want to set this to the current stack value. Stacks current is going to be set here. Now we're good. So now we have the 1 stack on it. We're ticking for 4 damage. Then we reapply the front. Still is 1. Still is ticking for 3 to 4. 2 to 4. And it got refreshed. Next side, stacks to 2. It's good. Now it's ticking for 6. Stays at 2 when I reapply again. Then we go behind it. Now it's stacking to 3. It just refreshes if I continue to do so from each side. Yes. All right. Hell yeah. Beautiful. That is awesome. And so now, so open wound is now done. And now I go back to the rogue. Expose weakness. I guess it's in the stat changes. Back, front, left, right. So apply stacks, 4. Get that on everything. And then stack ignore same name updates. And then we also have to add the new tag, rogue. Rogue dot what expose weakness dot front. To copy that. Might as well add them all here. So this one's front. This one is back. This one is left. And finally, right. Oh, I did to the names. So expose me is on, one point. Oops. If I do it again, just refreshes it. Go left. Now it's got 2. Just refreshing. Now it's got 3. Refreshing. And now 4. This worked perfectly. Okay. And now what? Now we do the auto attack empowers. So these can all get move that here as well. Oh, let's close all these out. So let's do 4 stacks, checkbox. Alrighty. Let's see if the reverse works on buff spells. Alright, so now it's Steel Power, which gives me an auto attack buff. So auto attack from the front. Do it again. Just refreshes it. Go from the next side. Now it's 2. Now it's 3. Refresh. Now it's 4. And now it can't go any higher. Now, in this case, it's not actually applying the stack, I believe. Because it's in power. Okay, so I'm just straight up not applying the power bonus. Unless I do it in get and power. Yeah, it's supposed to. I am doing the adding. Is it getting here? Empower. Okay. Um, Maybe it's just this. I think I just need to not do add unique on these. Let's see if that works. I shouldn't have deleted the print. Okay, so this is doing so for each empower, we're going through we're checking the action name and the gameplay tag to see if they match. So if they match, then we're saying, hey, let's take the empower. Okay, so what we're not doing, so this is basically if we have multiple different empowers, we're adding in multiple different damage things. but so we need to find out how many stacks we have. Currently. So can I get that from here? We can. Okay. So the get and power. Do a bool, or an int rather. Stacks. And now we get the stack. And then when we go into the actual get and power function, all of these need to be multiplied by stacks. And now, I think we will see the proper values. I think it is working. I think I have a bad print string somewhere. No, it's definitely not working. Why is this coming up as, this is coming up as 1? Okay, that's still coming up as 1. Because it's this is the wrong stack. That's why. Okay, so this is not supposed to be here at all. Because that's the incoming auto attack. It's not going to have stacks. So this guy, Isn't there an actual stat? Um, I think it's just this. There we go. Oh wait, no, that's just because it's from behind, right? It's hard for me to tell if this is working now. I don't know why I keep deleting this print string when that's exactly what I need. Because of damage variance, sometimes it's hard to tell if it's actually going up or if you're just getting RNG. That is kind of showing it a flawed value. So base is 7-ish. 7, 7, 7. Okay. Now we do auto attack and power. 9. So now it's giving 4 for some reason, which is not correct. And if I go over here, so now it's still giving 4. Now it's 6. And now it's 8. But weirdly, why is the first one doing +4 is the weird part. Because it should be +2. So this is must be so like if I do a print string here, it's probably going to add it twice. Hello, Lazy Lion. How you doing? So is it this going off twice for some reason? Doing pretty good. Making some, including some new mechanics for the rogue. So before I had like Shift Q E R, it was like Shift was left attack, Q was front attacks, E was back attacks, and right was, right attacks. But it was just so clunky. It felt god awful. And it was just one of those things that I put the initial direction into the class, but I didn't have time for the playtest to really flush it out. And so now what I've done is you have a bleed that can stack based on your position. So if you're just in the front, you can apply your bleed. If you do it again in the front, it's just going to refresh the duration. But then you can go to the left, and then you can stack it. And you can go to the back and stack it. And then you can go to the right and stack it. So, and now I have a few different things like that. So that's a bleed. And then we have the exposed weakness, which is just increasing the armor on the target, or decreasing armor on the target if I stop getting parried. And same thing, if it's from the front, it refreshes. Left side increases the stack. The back increases the stack. And we just keep increasing stacks. So, just that type of thing. And it just obviously feels way better. Instead of constantly like, and so it's up to, it's like you have to like really think about it's less, it's like my button can't be pushed and it's being constructed because I'm not the right side, and now it's like you actively have to think of, I need to move here. It'll still let your ability go through, but it'll allow you to, actively think of, hey, I need to get moved to different sides of the target to maximize my effectiveness. That thing. So, and then the last one I'm working on is I have another power for the rogue where it's like steel. I'm trying to make him like a bit of an auto attacker as a base. And so one of his abilities was like steal power. And so it's kind of the reverse. You kind of steal power and you get a buff. And so now I steal power from the front. If I press it again, refresh its duration. If I go to the right side, increases the value here up to 4 times. And now you have plus 8 damage on your auto attacks. And you have like a 5-minute buff for that you kind of have to maintain. So you have to like kind of constantly make sure you're positioning yourself with these different things. And I have a bug right now for some reason where I somehow have 2 stacks starting. Is that because of an option? Empower. It is. And so now we should finally be working. So when I hit my first empower, it should be +2, getting +2. And then if I refresh it, we are still +2. Go to the right, get a second stack, now we're +4. Go to the back, now we're +6. And then right, now we're +8 damage on our auto attacks. Now expose weakness, I don't know if it was working or not. It's hard to tell sometimes when damage values are so low. But yeah, that's fixed. I do need to get that print string gone. And then so duplicate check. I feel like I'm not increasing on debuffs. So we go down to duration. I'm not applying, updating the stacks on debuffs. Okay, so it does, can stack, but I'm not increasing the value of the stacks for a typical buff or debuff. So I feel like it's been a hot week. I'm hot. So how easy it is to flank the mob once you engage in combat, though, is a matter of waiting for your stun to be up. Game quickly move enough to catch a mob off guard. Maybe a skill that turns the mob for a brief moment, like a distractibility. Yeah, I have a distractibility, but that's meant for like out of combat. You do have a stun. You have a kick stun that you can get things off with. So like I have distract for out of combat. Like this right here. You know, makes them walk. Helps you split spawns, you know. That works there. But then typically if you want to, you know, get to backstab, you would do like a R3 stun, kick stun, you know, backstab, that thing. I think my backstab's here maybe. You know, and your kick no longer resets your ruins or anything. So you can crit, you know, stun. And then I don't have that backstab set up properly, but you're kind of reliant on your kick in that sense when you're kind of soloing. And so that's the idea there. And then when you're not soloing, obviously, it's a fine balance, right? Because if kick is too fast of a cooldown, you're gonna have multiple rogues that are like trying to perma stun things. Now we do have diminishing returns, so it could backfire in some ways, but you can potentially bleed kite. You know, nothing in the rogue kit right now gives a snare, but I'm sure we'll get into poisons and stuff. There technically is I have a dagger in the game that procs poison, and a separate dagger that procs a snare. So those are in the game. You could proc both of those, get your bleeds on a target, and run away. So it's definitely possible. It's one of those fine balances, right? Like you're trying to create a class that works in a group, but also works in a solo capacity. So, and some classes won't be as good as solo, right? So, and then eventually there'll be like a bit more customization of your spells and abilities, and maybe you'll be able to make the rogue a bit more solo friendly. Nothing yet. Not so far. Nothing on the rogue. Potions, buffs, class, nothing yet. There's a pair of boots you can get off a mob. And then like the archer has like a dodge roll that if you do an R2 or R3 dodge roll, you get a move speed increase. Mage, if you do an R2 or R3 blink, you get a move speed increase. But eventually, there'll be like a Spear of the Wolf, like an EverQuest. You can't stare at me, you can run it for similar results, yeah. Keep in mind that this game does have leashing, so when you think of kiting, it's not going to be kiting in a line for 5 minutes or something. It's going to be trying to kite in a circle, that type of thing. Yeah. So, all right. So my debuff, I need to find a way to. I'm realizing my debuffs and buffs, when they stack, are not updating that stack or that value. So can stack. I think we just do a. Because if I come back over here, if we duplicate, we find the duplicate. So break is true. We're just removing it. So on this case, if we are a unfortunate that this is going to be a little jank, but whatever. We're going to go all the way over here and just put it here. So if we're a tick thing, we just go here. But if we're a duration, we have to also apply another stack of the stat change. Remove action owner. I think that should work now. So let's go back to expose weakness. We gotta go to stat changes. Expose weakness. I think front is the one I'm doing at first. And we'll just put this kind of sky high. So 5, so we can really see the damage difference. It's probably going to cap out actually at that much. Killing time between cooldowns can make or break a fight. Yeah, so the one thing I've kind of, my next iteration on like what I felt like I learned from the last playtest was I'm going to try, especially for this next playtest at the end of the month, almost no cooldowns, but do a massive pass on resources. And so I'm going to see how that feels next playtest. And like if you have a huge spell that does lots of damage, it's going to cost a lot more mana, And so there's going to be limited amounts of time that like you can do lots of damage, but you're going to run out of mana and resources. And I'm thinking that's going into my whole concept of like thoughts per minute, you know, like being a very strategic and thoughtful game. And it goes away from a button mashing rotation too. So it's like achieving both of those. That you have to be very thoughtful about what abilities you use. Because you could spam the big damage button if you wanted to. Now some of those are time gated by your rotation runes, right? So it's not like you can just walk up to a mob and press it 3 times right back to back. But I'm thinking that's something at least I want to try and feel out, because it does fit a few of my main kind of thesis of combat. Alright, so now steel power front. So let's look at my damage. Doing for 8. Oh wait, no, this is not what I want. Expose weakness. Okay, so I'm now dealing 17, so it's increased. Obviously, I have a bloated value. And if I do this again, why did it just reset? That's weird. Oh, I'm doing. Oh, the target. I need action target somewhere. Oh, no. I need add, apply. That's why. That's what I need. Now, why was... No, that should be right, I think. But I think resource management, I think, is absolutely like going to be a really big part of the Ruins of Tearyn stuff. So 8, 9, whatever. Oh, again, I'm not doing the right thing. So Q. He dodged. I miss. So 14, 16, 28. So in this case, it's applying the stacks, which is not correct. But if I do it, so okay, so that's not quite what I want. Oh, a duplicate found. Where am I going to put this? All right, so over in the stack increase, I'll make a new bool. Call it stack increased. And here we set it to true. And then over here, we branch and only if the stack was increased, we do that. If not, we do that. Oh wait, hold up. Yeah, tick duration. If the stack was increased, we do that. So we're heading for 5, 7, 6, 10, 13, 11. Then we do it again. 14, 11. So it didn't, no increase in damage. And then we apply the next stack. 15, 17, so it increased. 22. Now the next stack. 29. 28, 23, 24. Then if we do refresh it again, 22, 21. Okay. Alright, so I fixed a major bug with that. Let me make sure I note that in my vertical thread changes. Alright, and now I can put this back to just like .05. I think they're all set to. So on longer fights, you can do a 20% extra physical damage if you get all your stacks up for the team. Okay, so those are my major rogue changes I want to do so far. The issue now is that I've condensed 4 buttons down to, with like, that's 4 times 3, 12 abilities down to basically 3. So the bleed, expose, weakness, and power that have now turned into just single abilities. So they used to be, Shift Q E R were all positional based and would apply a different one of these. And so now I have a lot more room for more abilities. And I don't think I want to do just standard, like an R1 bleed, an R2 bleed, R3 bleed. That would just be really redundant. I don't think it'd be as interesting. The only other thing I could think of is changing out abilities completely based on the position as well. So right now I'm only changing out the stat change based on position. And so now, so that covers open wound, exposed weakness, and steal power. Because I can do a bleed, stack my bleeds from different sides. I can also get different hold up. Okay, yeah. I can now apply the exposed weakness, lower the armor from different sides. I can get different. It was messing up a little bit because of how I have my current abilities aren't set up properly. I can get my steel power and buff myself per side. And I forgot the rogue does have a throw dagger that can snare too. Okay. And so the next one would be my R, which would just completely change the ability used based on position. Which if I go to backstab here, I would have to add another table thing here, make it positional. And I can actually add that there. And then have different data tables for what I would use. And so instead of just having a backstab button, you have a, backstab frontal left right button that will change based on your position on the target. So what you have to worry about is your position on the target, and then you push the one button, and you know it's going to do a certain X thing based on your position of the target. So it's a lot more user experience oriented. All right, let's go ahead and add that. It's a great add to the overall framework of Tearyn. Again, my main goal this month is purely just finish the classes, create content around the classes, and then do some polish. Everything else I think is put on the side. I have a bunch of polish things to do, all here. And so I am going to be doing a little bit less this month on Tearyn. I might actually try and launch a game, one of my smaller games this month. I don't know if you've pitch decks to work on. It's mostly just the rogue and archer. So the rogue is what obviously I'm working on right now to flesh out their kits and all their abilities. And then the archer needs a full. I did a lot of testing with the archer, and so I have a lot of ideas with everything and breakdowns. I am making the archer a bit in the direction of like a second enchanter, so it's like a damage and crowd controller. I'll be introducing Feign Death as well. And then the mage has a little bit more polish work to do with some of their spells. And then after that, it's kind of like a little bit up in the air. When I have that done, and then I also need to do a like huge pass on resources and cooldowns. Like I'm going to just try taking cooldowns basically off everything and just trying to balance. I might actually create a spreadsheet of like damage to resource values and start normalizing it to everyone. and that big damage attack you have on R3, the cooldown is essentially how long it takes you to rotate through your ruins. But it's going to cost you. And so if you overuse it in combat and don't, you get an ad or something, you might be screwed. So that's the type of decision making, skill depth I want in the game. So enumerations, type, I think. Action type. Nope, not that one. Positional. And then we're going to need another structure. No, I'll put it in the positional. There's no reason not to. We're going to have a just 4 data tables. Data table. And I could just do this. Front, back, left, right, right. Save. And then where's the save that. And so I think after this month, there's so many damn things to do. Oh man, there's so many things I want to do. I feel so pulled in every direction. But my biggest pressing concern is getting playtesters, right? And I keep coming back to this. And when the game's ready, like I want the game. Well, I want playtesters when the game is ready. For like a bigger influx of playtesters. At the same time, I know the Cinti Studio characters keep holding the game back. But at the same time, it may not be holding it back. I just need to create better content. And if I get better content, maybe I get the people. Because the character art is a major rework to do. And it doesn't necessarily like progress the systems and content of the game. So at the same time, it does, because if I get my own characters in, then I can get my own the whole equipment progression in, which adds an incredible feeling to the game. But I think a character rework might be 2 or 3 months away. Just because I have things I want to do with itemization and trade skills, and content. I need to do content. Okay, so I've done all that. Let's go to levels. Let's go to mechanics testing. To play. Make sure nothing's broke. All right. Now I need to do the code for a fully positional ability. So this is actually a pretty easy ad, I think. So we go in here, we do this. Now we're going to here. Get casting state. We pass casting state. Pass that. Key press. Get action player. So this is where I think I just check in this thing. Hello, Puddlefoot. Hey, Mr. Stark. Where would you like suggestions? So I have a Discord, obviously. Um, you can throw it into, if it's class-based, you can put there, systems, you can put them all here, role discussions. I've locked the playtest feedback and stuff. I like them kind of isolated to those things. But, you can always put it in general chat, but if you want to be very specific, you can put it into the class, the systems, like all those things. That type of thing. If you do have something, I could just unlock the. I mean, if you want to put it here, I can have you just put it here. I'll just unlock it for you. Um, because you did play on the playtest, so uh, yeah, no worries. Just put it in the main playtest feedback, um, and that way I know it helps me remind me of who's it coming from. Action current. Okay, so this is where I think I need to do it, maybe. Let's see here. So get action player. That's an action manager right here. So of course we're making it more complex. So ain't that fun. Um, so I can break this. Let's just make this a function maybe. Positional action. So the first thing we check is we break this and we look for the type. Well, technically we could switch on the type. Switch. No, since we're only doing it for positional, it's whatever. If it's positional, it's true, we're going to go up. If it's false, we just do this. Just pass through. Technically, I'd rather actually have that outside, so we're not passing more copied data. I'd rather have a simple branch here. like so. If it's true, then we go there. If it's false, let's go here. Then we go to positional, and we don't need this. We break this down. And we need, okay, so now we go get owner. This is the action manager. And so now we have to get the targeting component, or get enemy target. And then we're going to effectively break this out. Position, break. We'll do a local variable. So behind, left, right, front. All right. I think that's gonna work. Let's go to. It's not gonna work yet. Players, classes, rogue. And so let's do. So technically I would want to make like a different ability. This is like positional advantage. This guy is going to be when we go to kits, this guy's gonna go there. And then positional advantage It's going to be set to positional. And the back is going to be a backstab. And then we'll just try expose here and empower. And open wound. And then we should technically not need any of these because these should not run. All right. And then in the input, so that's get action player. And then I think on the server side, we do slightly differently for whatever reason. This comes through. Action get current data table. Get current data table. And okay, that's just the check for that. So we quite literally have to do get data table row. I need to make all this a function. Okay. That part's whatever. If it's positional, then we are getting the that. Get owner. Did I do that right in the last one? Not. Get target component. All right, I think that's it. Let's see if it's just works right now. Might not, but give it a try. Why is that not showing up? Did I hover it too soon or something? It's not working. What's not working? Oh, I know why. I've introduced a new thingamajigger here. Let's give that a try now. So we come through here. We're doing get action player. Oh, well, that's not very. Oh, wait. Yeah. Okay. That would be helpful. So it is, looks like it's mostly working. It's doing what I want it to do. So front is exposed weakness, backstab, but for some reason it's not maybe doing the damage of it. Okay, is it in the spawned? What are we missing here? Get data tables. Ah, okay. One more to do. Give this a shot. Expose weakness. Empower. Backstab. Oh, I changed my rotation. And then finally over here, open wound. So with one button, I have, 4 different attacks. Based on the position. It never limits me from pressing the button. And that's implemented. So I can have it both ways. I can have it so a whole different ability plays based on the position of the target, or I can have it that just a stat change changes based on the position of the target. And so now I need to implement this for all these other ones, all the other things here. Okay, that one's updated. Then this is an auto. We don't care about that. We don't care about that. I don't think. Yeah. We don't care about that. All right. Well, I got the way better user experience feel implemented for the Rogue. That is just miles better. gameplay feel. It also like facilitates what we want from our players, is actively thinking about what you're doing, and like your position against the target matters. So it's creating a lot of those thinking moments. So now I've got the, so now the tooltip though, it seems to be broken. So what's going on there? Action manager, or is it widget? It's going to be widget action icon. It's probably because they have the other. Like tooltip. Okay, maybe it's the widget tooltip itself. Widget. It's just messed up from the. Yeah, this guy. Let's see, one last little look for anything else that might use this. I don't think so, but. Okay, looks like I got a couple of these. I'm just putting those there for now. All right. Now we have enum based systems, and you add something to that enum. Gotta go through and update them all. Otherwise, you have just like dead ends in your code. And now I should, yeah, just know that this works now. All right, well, that might be my little bit of stuff today. I got the mechanics in, or the code in. That was good. I was like trying to do it in my head, and I was like thinking about how I could do it. So rogue. This is all working. The one thing that's not in the game, in for the Rogue 2, they do need some sort of like crit-based passive. Crit passive of some sort. Because they're a dual-wielding class, they hit faster than others. So they get more crits out of it. So what is the... that becomes what is the what is something unique that's a crit type thing? So we have throw, dagger, kick, distract, whatever. We have a bleed, expose, weakness, and power. Ours will be positional advantage. But we're going to change it up somehow. So R1. Oops. And so this guy gets frickin' wild how many abilities the rogue might have. So for the bleed, I think I definitely am going to do it's just going to be a base, I think. Crit. Expose weakness is base crit. And empower is base crit. And the fun thing is the rogue was actually fun to play, even with the janky current setup. I also need to go back. Let me put a polish thing. When buffs, debuffs fall off, check on removing all based on stacks. I think it does that, but we'll see. I have to verify it. So these are just 3 of the abilities for the rogue. So you have an empower for your auto attacks. It's a short duration buff that based on the position you can stack it 4 times. You have an armor debuff you can do, and then you have bleeds. So those are just 3 abilities of many more. Like I could put all of these on one button if I wanted to. And I could technically say so these 2 are a bit more one button. Because it's increasing your power and then it's reducing their armor, so it's in the same line. Same mindset of things. And then in this case, one of these, which is likely going to be this, is probably like R3 is going to be backstab. Well, technically it's positional advantage, so this is the nutty part, right? So positional attack is kind of your bread and butter, but all of a sudden this could turn into 4 abilities per direction. And then R1, R2, R3. So one button could have 12 abilities, excluding crit, for the rogue. And that, to me, like, it makes it like a really cool, unique thing for the rogue to do this. And it also lets me like give you one button at the start, and now you don't have to like worry about always landing your crit, always landing your backstab and stuff. And like when I was stealthing around when I playtested today, or not today, on the playtest, it was fun thinking about the different options I had. Like I could do a backstab, but I could also start a steep bleed stack. I could also empower myself and get that empower going. So there's a lot of interesting things there. But this becomes, this is the craziness of it, right? So R1, front, back, left, right. This is the craziness of it all. Which, it's complex. I think it makes it such a unique rogue experience. So quite literally, 12 abilities on one button. What I might do is maybe expose weakness is purely a passive. And every crit you do based on certain things will apply a 5% armor reduction. Or both of these might be like your empower and your expose weakness might both be passives. Now, the thing I could start with is just like longer windups and stuff. So, for R1 backstab's just efficient and quick. But then an R3 backstab is like a 2-second cast windup with a bigger damage bonus. So I could just play with timing on these. And so it's mostly just 4 abilities with different timings. I could start with that. Because so the bleeds I like as an experience. The empower and expose weaknesses felt a little bit weak from a gameplay feel perspective of like one maintaining it. So maybe those would be better off as a passive. And so every crit you get with something could apply expose weakness. Every crit you get with a different thing could be empower. Like every time you crit with your backstab, you get an auto attack empower. We'll see. Yeah. Oh man, this is going to make me think. Oh, I need to go to the bathroom. Maybe. Alright, I'm back. Sorry. We had to get a little bit creative with our food options. Ended up making, we had some potato gluten-free gnocchi. We had some pre-seasoned Brussels sprouts. Boiled those in some beef broth. Threw in some little Korean beef strips. Put some soy sauce in there, salt, no, pepper, oil. Put in the gnocchi, mixed around. Got a little bit of sear on some of the stuff. We're good. I think I'm at the point where I might need to sit on this a little bit. Yeah, I think I've been streaming this for 4 hours now. I got the mechanics in. Now I just need to think of the abilities itself.